Hello, everybody. Welcome to the alternate corner. You're all excited. We're going to be watching a bit of Amber Heard today. Yes, let's go. Let's go, people. I'm super excited. I'm joined today by Dr. Hines, or will be. Let me just load the share screen. Share screen. Okay, ready there. It's up and ready. Happy days. And then I remove it for a second. So we have Tim from Denmark. Hello, Tim. Hope you're doing well, sir. That reminds me, I better put the volume up once I remember. I'll put volume up to about 600. Fine. I'm not going to read all your texts because it's before 2 hours, but welcome, Tim. I hope your bowels are doing well. Let me just also post in Discord so that Discord, just to see if other people join us. That's everyone. Beep, 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 beep. Anyway, so here we are. Hello, everybody. Only Tim checked in. Everyone else seems to be shy, but it's all good. It's not a problem. It is what it is. Day 14 of the Depp Heard. So we've definitely got Dr. Hines today. So we got his expertise today, which is good. Going to listen to this witness first of all, same with us as last night, who I don't like, and then Amber Heard is joining in. She's going to give us testimony, so I'm excited about that as well. To hear her, Dr. Hines. He's with me most Saturdays doing the Matt Moore stuff. Dr. Ketchup, Dr. Hines, however you want to call him. So he will be joining us in a little bit. Well, I told him 2 o'clock my time, so we're 10 minutes early. I'm hoping to start around bang on time, really. So we'll see. We've still got another 5-10 minutes before we start. Whew, oh, happy days. Yesterday was a long day, man. No, not from the trial. Not from the trial. It's all good. He does a lot about this trial, though. Dr. Hines does. He covers a lot about it. Yesterday, had this trial, I had Carl Rittenhouse back to back, and then I did a Turtle Boy live stream as well. So it was about a 12-hour stream, just under 12 hours yesterday. Went to bed fairly, knackered. Got up this morning, did a bit of work to do this morning. My nieces are still here right now, so they're around. But here I am. I hear tip taps. Before I forget, hello to Adam Ferguson as well. Thank you for becoming a tackle member, Adam. Really appreciate that. Oh no, you became Blue Wench, actually. Sorry, not tackle, Blue Wench. Thank you, Adam, for joining the Blue Wench Club. Appreciate you for that. Right, as you know, I got everything set. I told you, what's that? It's my headphones. If you're on replay crew, jump 10 minutes and you will be started. Just I'm waiting for people because I did say 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, and I told Dr. Hines 2 o'clock UK time, so still got a bit of time. I got my Christmas gift today as well from my nieces and mug. I don't have it on me right now, but either later or tomorrow, so I'll show it to you. It's about YouTube, obviously, so they chose that. That was my Christmas gift from them. I said I wanted cash, but they got me a gift instead. Hello, Hannah, my lovely. So you see, we got Tim from Denmark and Hannah from Sweden. We got the European invasion. The Euros are here, and so we know that Europe is covered. It's nearly 3 o'clock in Europe. We started at 3 o'clock. That gives everyone enough time to get in here. Oh, just tired today, Hannah. Jesus. Tim was keen this morning. I think Tim must have pissed the bed or something because he was first one here today. Got to make sure now Tim behaves. I don't think I've got mods today, so all the mods are on holidays, which they deserve a break doing. So I'll be modding my mod myself, which is fine. I need to post some stuff. Right. Let me add this to stage ready. Let me make sure that we're in the right spot for starting. I'll behave.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dr. Hughes, if you can come back to stand for me, please. All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. Cross-examination. So this should be interesting. We'll speak a little bit about this witness in a second once Dr. Hines arrives, because I think he's got some snippets about this woman. But yes, we got her for a little bit longer. We had her yesterday, Tim. So we had her direct yesterday, so cross today. And then I believe at some point we got Amber Heard. Don't know when though. Maybe after lunch. Yeah, it looks like after lunch we got Amber Heard. Then on tomorrow and Friday we'll have Amber Heard, the beautiful Amber Heard. And then Spider Girl hopefully will be around. She's our resident expert as well about all things Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. To be fair, most of you in chat are quite knowledgeable as well. So I'm not just saying Spider Girl, but she's the person I know the most. Yeah, she is very knowledgeable, but also with Dr. Hines, he's done documentaries about this trial. So everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody, rock your body. Right, hang on, let me just check one thing at the back end here to make sure we've got everything. Oh, here she is, Spikle's here. Hey, why have I only got one like? Why have I only got one like? Because Spider Girl's here, Tim's here, Hannah's here. I've liked it, so 4 people I know that are here, and only one like. Uh-oh, that does not comprehend. It died from allergies. Well, there we are. You've been chat though. Where is Dr. Hines from? German Asker. Where's German Asker? Germany, you mean? No, he's from London. From London town, mate. London town. Monica, my beautiful Monica's here. I sent you a message last night, Monica, just to explain yesterday. You see 2 now, yeah. Tim's just done it. I see 5 now, so it's fine. Forgot, sorry, I was busy farting. Jesus Christ. I see 2, I see 5, so thank you very much. Hello, Josie, my beautiful Josie. So whilst we wait, we got to wait a couple of minutes. Wrongful Podcast episode 4 is out today. I've seen they're showing evidence and stuff. So I presume, Josie, the best thing for people to do is watch it on YouTube, I presume. I've not watched it yet, but I saw that is you're going through some evidence stuff. So I presume, guys, go to YouTube and the Wrongful Pod and watch it there. But if you just go to wrongfulpod.com, it's got all the like Spotify, Apple, whatever you want to use. And also there's a link there for YouTube. Just click on that and it takes you to YouTube. So this is episode 4. If you've not watched the other episodes, then what's wrong with you? I mean, I'm not joking. What's wrong with you? I've only watched the first couple, so I'm behind. But genuinely, couldn't recommend a better podcast. I'm not just I am. You think I'm just saying that because Josie. I'm not. I wouldn't be plugging it as much as I am unless I thought genuinely it was good. If I thought it was okay, I would just plug it. Now and then. But I even plug it when Josie's not here, so that proves that is actually an excellent podcast. And the girls work very hard on it, so please go support them. Um, Tim's there. Good morning, Jonathan. Oh no, double trouble. Double trouble. Jonathan and Tim today. Hi, John. At me. Tim. There we are. There's a link there. I tend to watch it on YouTube, but yeah, loads of different platforms to watch it on. Germany, Dan Autocrat, his accent doesn't sound London. He's from Luton, just outside London. It's about half an hour from London. Maybe a little bit longer, actually, 45 minutes from London, depends. So he's on the outskirts, but he is, I don't know, I'd say he sounds like a bit posher. Not posh, actually, he's not posh, but he's got a little bit of accent to his London accent. He's not like, oh, geezer, how's it going, mate? He's not like that at all. But he speaks properly, I think. So he'll be joining us in a bit now. Hi, Tim. Today's our Christmas before. Oh, Merry Christmas, Monica. I didn't know that, Monica. I didn't know that. Oh, nice. Brilliant. I think you're back to work tomorrow as well. Sucks. Oh, that's awesome. My nieces are all here today, but we're not cooking or anything. They're just all catching up. I've had a couple of hours with them, so I'll have a little bit more time with them in a bit. But yeah. Where the Hizek is happy. So Sappy, the same with Josie and Mexi and everyone, they've got a life. You know what I mean? They have a life outside of YouTube. So they're with family and stuff like that. I know Josie's here right now, but Josie's not expected to be here. No one's expected to be here because mods do have lives, but I do appreciate when they drop it. I do appreciate it. But certainly she's not required to be here whatsoever. And neither is Josie, neither is anybody, because I'm glad they're here, but I'm just, yeah. I didn't plan this to expect to have anybody here doing so. But always grateful for any help I get. Hello, Spider Girl, Josie, Jonathan, Monica. Oh, mate. What, Perry? How's it going, Sam? You all right, Pad? So Perry is also a Londoner. Oh, mate. How's it going? So, right, let's get started. Hey, I'm Perry. Let's get started, shall we? Dr. Hyde's definitely coming today. There's miscommunication yesterday, but he will be here at some point today. So yeah, let's go.
Good morning, Dr. Hughes. I'm Wayne Dennis. We haven't met before.
No, good morning.
You testified yesterday that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes.
That is correct.
When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes. And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You in fact said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. Woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did, because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking you about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you
in.
testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court. I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
All right. What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct. And I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence. Yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
by myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment, are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right, they were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that Bar
Right.
Association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them. That's correct.
So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here, comparing individual data to group data, and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation,
you
not
know
a
whether-
limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse.
Correct. Personally. Correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others,
That's not correct.
because you did collateral interviews.
And I reviewed medical records and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Ms. Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Everything Ms. Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Ms. Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
How'd you get hired to
Oh.
do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed.
I was not.
You were contacted.
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And any time that you were working with Ms. Heard or assessing Ms. Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party. Absolutely.
But
And
you're gonna-
especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask.
Sorry. I hate this trial. I know. I know. I just need to take a breather from that. That's hard to listen to. That's hard to listen to. I don't like this witness. I don't like it. I'm okay then. I'm okay. Just need a break from it. I don't like this witness. I don't like what she stands for. And as soon as she said you can make a decision about those kind of allegations, but just interviewing one party, I totally disagree with it. totally disagree. I think that's unprofessional. I don't think that you can make any kind of assessment about abuse or anything based on one side, and that's it, and paperwork around it. Um, I think you can say an opinion, but not a professional opinion. Like you could all, we can all have an opinion. You guys have an opinion already about Johnny Depp on this, which it's fine. You can have your opinion on him, whether you think he abused her or whatever, and you all think that he didn't abuse her. Fine. But for a professional that's getting paid £500 an hour to elicit such opinion is ridiculous, in my opinion. She shouldn't be giving the same kind of opinions as we are giving as lay witnesses. She should be giving definitive. I'm going back to when that doctor and a nurse was testifying, and it was annoying because they wouldn't say stuff because professionally they couldn't say stuff, which annoyed me, if I'm being honest. But I understood it. I was annoyed because I love a gossip, so I wanted to know more. But they were professional and they were acting professional. This woman, I don't believe, is acting professional. To say that just to hear from Amber and to read medical documents, no, no. You have to look at both sides, go in independently, not have a side or anything. But I think she had a side all from the start because she's hired by this company. I think it's a shame, and I'm not here to speak on behalf of domestic abuse victims and stuff like that. I don't want I'm not that guy because who am I to say anything? But I think this is a letdown to all proper victims out there that someone like this will testify at this kind of level about abuse. And in a way, I'm not sure what the right words are here, but to say that someone's a victim based on so not looking at the whole picture, predetermined analysis in a way. So it's not something I enjoy listening to. I really don't enjoy this. I think it's the flaw in our system that people like this can attain £500 an hour. Because I think it's pounds, she said, or I'm not sure, or dollars. If it's pounds, Jesus Christ. But even dollars, I mean, come on. I don't know. I just think it's. And if to be completely honest with you, if this was under Johnny's side as well, I'd be saying exactly the same thing. This is not an Amber Heard thing for me. It might be for you guys. It's not for. I don't care who she's testifying on behalf of. It's disgusting. Whether if she'd have been for Johnny Depp, it would have been disgusting as well. I don't agree with this. She's bought, Tim said, board certified. Absolutely. This woman's making decisions across the country based on this kind of thing. I don't know. I find it quite hard. Sorry, I had to stop this for a second because she really pissed me off a bit now. And I can't imagine if in some ways, there's no hope. There's no hope in the world. Because, like, as a man, I'm not saying as a man, I'm not coming here like I've ever been abused or anything. I haven't. I've been a part of, I said yesterday, I have a friend, an ex-friend who I've known all my life. He was an abuser of women, and he's no longer a friend of mine. But I've also, on the flip side, seen other friends of mine, male, being mistreated. So, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Oh.
Whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly can.
You talked to Ms. Heard for what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind?
I'm
That's
not
how
sure.
you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data,
Sure.
all right? You chose to conduct some collateral interviews,
Correct.
right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs.
Correct.
And you looked at her notes,
Correct.
and you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued, correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred. So that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get there. Yeah. So, you know that Miss Heard stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
If he has
wasn't-
no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
right, no other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Miss Heard is talking to Mr. Cohen or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him. She's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
He testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Heard with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes,
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
correct. And I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right, so you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Heard's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Heard?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Heard.
Let's do this again. Ms. Heard told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Heard.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So he had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with him once.
Correct.
And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Heard's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Heard after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review, in that context, any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Heard, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right. I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes.
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse.
Correct.
Erin Filati.
Correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony.
Correct.
Some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes.
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record. So I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia.
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this concept, which is then defined, lethality. And you testified there are certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX92? So
It's an
it's
evidence.
published to the
Yeah,
jury.
it will be published.
You know what this is?
I believe this is the knife that Ms. Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish? Do
Un poquito?
you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Okay. We can do that later. So you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So now, who filled it out?
I filled it out,
Whose form is it?
my form.
I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so you can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
I have no objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
Okay, well, you can
We'll
discuss it.
we'll work with
Okay,
you on that,
thank you.
but
All right.
I'm positive there's identifiers.
1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury. I don't,
Well, we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that? Well, that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All right, publish then.
All right, so this is the bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close, but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form.
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case
And there's a note for December 2015.
when they became more friends, more friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December 2015. And at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header, like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met him at Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
And she said she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016 when she filed the TRO.
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right, yeah, sometime after the TRO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Let's get this sorted. You're not here to see me. You're not here to see the trial. Mostly you're here to see this man. This man, he gets over 1,000 people viewing him live on stream. I'm lucky if I get 10. But whenever he comes on, we love this guy. He's an expert in Depp, we heard. A Spider Girl probably gives him a run for his money for knowledge of it. So we've got Spider in chat, and we're going to have this beautiful human being that has a beautiful hat that I know Josie here is drooling over. I can view him. He's right here. He's known as Dr. Cheeks, Dr. Smirks, Dr. Ketchup. I know him as Dr. Hines. Here he is. Dr. Hines. Superstar. We are.
Oh, what is-
I should be bowing down. I should be bowing. Over 1,000 viewers. I should be bowing down to you, sir. I should be going. Whoa, ho, ho, we are in the company of a superstar. How are you, mate?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I'm very happy to hear of your cringy intros.
Oh, I love doing
Cringe-
cringe videos. You deserve it. You are a superstar. Or you're on the way to becoming a superstar. Will you forget about me? When you
No,
made it,
no,
will you forget
come
about me?
on, man. Come on,
No.
man. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Josie is right. Maybe you need a hat, Dylan.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I need to get a thrift store. I do to get a hat. I want to get a hat, but I've got such a fat head that none of them fit me. So I've got to be particular. But
Hey, Anna.
anyone who doesn't know this guy doesn't need much of an introduction because you all know him anyway as Dr. Hines here. So it's lovely to have you here, mate.
Hey, chat.
Obviously covering Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. Now, I've already stopped this once today because this witness pissing me right off. This witness. She is. I mean, it upsets me, right? Because how can you make a judgment about abuse and all that based on one person's testimony over 30 hours and some medical notes when you don't even interview the other person? How do you call yourself a professional in order to do that? How can you give a professional opinion when you don't know both sides of the story, don't know all the facts? That winds me up. She's getting paid $500 an hour. This is ridiculous. I think it's appalling. Appalling.
Oh, I'm guessing you mean Doctor. I'm assuming
Yeah.
you're talking about Doctor Hughes. Oh, okay.
Dr. Hughes.
To be fair to her, Depp's team did successfully argue that Depp shouldn't be evaluated because it was Amber Heard that was making the claim in regards to her having what is it called, PTSD, etc. From the whole Waldman statements and all of that. She had PTSD leading back to the relationship. So because she claimed that, she had to do an evaluation to see whether it's actually true or not. So, but she tried to now says, oh, Depp should do one as well. And the judge was like, no, he never said anything about, PTSD or having any sort of psychosis to do with, this particular case or whatever, so he's not subject to. So based on that, but that doesn't change the fact that if you did not evaluate the person, you cannot make judgment about him. And you're right, because she did say, oh, I have evaluated Amber and it seems like this did occur, this and that. But the good part is coming up, because from what I'm guessing by the clip that you were just watching, the good part is actually coming up, because the cross-examination ability completely destroyed her. But yeah, I just thought I say that because
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah. I mean, no, I mean, like, you only do with what you can work with, but at the same time, she was making judgments that, as you rightly put, you can't make such judgments if you have not evaluated both parties. I mean, did you watch Dr. Curry as well?
Yes, ages ago. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right.
you know,
Yeah. Look at the contrast between Curry and Hughes. Curry never said anything about Amber in determining whether she was an abuser or not, or even speaking in a coded language to say, oh, she was this, she was that. She just went straight to the point. This is what I found. This is what this and that. And she never made it because, again, she didn't evaluate Depp to, put both of them side by side. You know what I mean?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So when I look at that, I'm like, yeah, like she was fairer and Hughes was just coping. It was just she was coping with the fact that she had a really bad client to evaluate. That's what I think.
Fine. No, it's probably the first witness I've been this annoyed at, but yeah, I get some context in it, so thanks for that. We got some comments here. Welcome, Doc Hand from Hannah. Yay, we get Big Black King today. I think that's what BBC stands for.
BBK actually.
I know, Jonathan. WPSD, I would be more willing to believe she is. I prove it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, as a professional, she should have stayed away from making evaluations. Dr. Spiegel, so Spider Girl's our resident. Spider Girl got me on to Johnny Depp, basically. She knows everything about Johnny Depp. So she watches it probably about once a month, the whole trial. She's like that. She's very engrossed in it. So love Isaac. I think he's my favorite witness so far. Dr. Mummy Muffins. Whoa. If is Dr. Mummy Muffins the one I had to pause yesterday for about 20 minutes and just stare at her, how beautiful she was. I mean, genuinely, Dr. Hines, I was like, hubba. Rebuttal destroys her even more. Here we are. Stop with the fake news. I mean, Mandy Batney. I mean, you're the Spy Girl, as I say, you know a lot about this case, but you also dream a lot about Johnny and stuff like that. So, and you are Amber Stan. So, right, let's get back into it. But now we got Dr. Hines here. Right.
So just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 46, 246.01 to 247.20.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what you said.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing.
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fuck, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah,
no, when you fucking have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you. What am I supposed to do? do this. I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started,
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
you started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did, so I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
You testified that Ms. Heard reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider it low levels of violence.
Well, I consider what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion,
Correct.
and you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Just Joe was eating bad. I was eating a trifle. I was eating a trifle, guys. That's where I was. So don't worry. I am here. I just off screen eating my trifle. I'm back.
Now, other than the reports to her therapist, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard.
That's not correct.
There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, Falat, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip. And then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What? And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But there's
similar 2
nothing from
days that
Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
You reviewed
Oh,
photographs.
or the two
Yes.
bruises that far from the truth, but
I'd like to
okay.
put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury, I would agree.
Yeah. Why don't we go to PX 145? That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct?
All right. Is it your testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right, so you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on like the incident I think that you're referring to, that was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
All right, so when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence?
No.
What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that, no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to
Yeah,
make that determination.
All right, you don't think that's a reflection of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, Now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
Then it's not. Then you got that. Then you have to reject the notion of reactive violence. Then this is what I hate about this literature, like that they learn from. It doesn't make sense. It comes from the premise of, well, it's okay because it's reactive violence.
That you did.
Mental gymnast,
things
Spider
that you
Girl, mental gymnast.
Did was a
She's a mental gymnast.
was a form looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactic scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct. She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
You have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She
And you
wasn't
helped her-
framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, Doctor?
My job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did, and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the caps all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS-5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't administer the CAP-5 until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the caps. That's correct.
All right. I think I asked a much more narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the CAPS-5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the CAPS-5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the CAPS-5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the CAPS-5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. you met with, oh, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11th, 2019. When did you give the caps 5?
The CAPS 5 was administered the last time that I saw Ms. Heard. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms, having had all the background information, the CAPS 5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test.
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom.
That is correct.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1247? And this may. I'll get you.
Sure. It's just to the witness right now, so, okay. Okay.
Sure. You can, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long.
It's
Right?
about 20 pages.
Right. All right. Let's get a copy of it. This is a series of questions that you use to test for PTSD.
Correct.
And you recognize the first page. This is the first page that you filled out. That's your handwriting.
That's correct.
I'd like to publish the first page to the jury.
You wish to have it in evidence? You're moving it into evidence?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to have a copy of it before I.
He's just publishing the first page? Any objection to the first? Okay, first page in evidence?
I think you're right. In the future, they should, at a minimum, give us a copy of whatever they're putting in.
All right.
I don't have the
Could you
ability-
put your microphone on? I'm just having,
I don't have the ability to scroll down, so I can't see the rest of this. and
All
It's a brand new.
I'm sure they'll get you a copy of it.
Thank you.
That's fine.
I'd like to go to the second page. And can we put up the second page?
Are you putting the second page in evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like the witness to see the second.
The witness can see the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
And then we'll go to the third page. Let's let the witness see the third page. Now, this is entitled scoring.
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and intensity.
Correct.
All right. Those are the two factors you use to score.
Correct.
Can we go to the fourth page of this document and just show it to the witness? All right. So, Dr. Hughes, this is the first page of the CAPS B where other than the identifying information, where there's any input into the document, correct?
The CAPS 5, you said the CAPS B?
Yeah, I misspoke.
Yes. This is the criterion A, which means that in order to, as I said yesterday, to obtain a diagnosis of PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first key to get through the door.
All right. So, Your Honor, I'm gonna, I'd like to be able to get them a copy of this. Is it too early to take the break or?
A little bit if you.
All right, I can do something.
Okay.
All right. So, do you recognize the first page or the fourth page of this document?
Yes, I do.
And the handwriting on the fourth page is yours?
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it is your, I'm going to move this document into evidence along with the first page. And that one is, what number? I think it is
You're still on 1247.
1247.
Okay, so you want to move the entirety of 1247 in?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of 1247? It's exhibit 1247?
I don't have the whole page in front of me.
Well, I mean, do you have plaintiff's exhibits 1247? Plaintiff's 1247. I don't have it either.
Oh, it's defendants 1435.
1435. Defendants 14.
Take your time.
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy? Would that be easier for you?
Yeah, it's 59 pages. What is he moving in? I mean, I don't think.
I
we
think
can
he's
do a
moving
partial.
in. Are you moving the entire document in?
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document in evidence.
I don't think I have an objection to that.
No objection?
No
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy or you're good?
Yeah, I would, thank you. My apologies.
That's right. Thank you, Jamie.
It's gonna show the evaluation too, right? No objection, no.
All right, so even though I pulled it from defendants 1435, we want to make this 1247 plaintiffs, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay,
Does your honor
I
want to-
kind of need it. All right, thank you. We'll just change the number on it. All right, so it's 1247, I said, okay, 1247 in evidence, plaintiffs 1247 in evidence, and now it can be published to the jury.
Thank you. Why don't we publish the fourth page where we're talking about? All right. So what this references is the event you said was the worst. And what you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened is the next box, and you've not written a single thing in the box, right?
Because I've already spent 20 some odd hours with Ms. Heard, I know what goes in that box. If
So-
you look at the top, it says administer the life check checklist or another structured trauma screen. That screen had already been conducted.
Right, but there's a box on the gold standard test that asks what happened, and it says, how old were you? How were you involved? Who else was involved? Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your analysis on the catch 5.
Your honor, I hesitate to object, but that's very compact.
It is.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
We can do it
Okay.
the slow way. The first question is, how old were you?
All of the information that would go in that box is contained in my 80+ clinical notes of my evaluation of Ms. Heard up until this point. It would have been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
But you knew other people would review this, didn't you?
And I knew that they would have my clinical notes as well.
Oh, so they're supposed to parse through your clinical notes so that they can figure out what you chose to be the anchoring event.
I didn't choose to be, the client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's what you determined to be the anchoring event.
When I asked Ms. Heard, once again, of the traumatic events that she experienced in her life, which one is the worst? This is what she indicated.
Okay. But you provided no details with respect to.
There are plethora of details in my 80-page is a handwritten single-spaced clinical notes.
All right, let's go to the next page. All right. You felt it appropriate to fill this page out, didn't you, Doctor?
Well, these are the questions about the symptoms, so I'm asking specific questions and getting her responses.
Didn't you know this already?
Well, I was making sure at this point, having not seen her for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get worse.
All right. Why don't we go a couple more pages in? Let's go into page 7 of 20. Now, there are a couple of boxes that you filled in on this. Let's look at item 5, B5. You don't provide any indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that on the previous questions.
Right. And you didn't provide any answer as to how long does it take to recover.
She has some difficulty recovering.
Okay. And then there's this question that says, how often has this happened in the past month? Number of times.
Correct.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look at frequency and intensity, right?
Correct.
And you left the frequency box blank.
Well, no, if she said several times a month, then that's what the frequency is,
And you didn't fill that frequency box in at all.
because she told me it was frequently several times a month, which is one of the anchors encoding the caps.
All right, so let's look at the next one. The very next box.
Several times a month you are beaten and you don't
Again,
need
this
to
is scored by
go to the hospital?
frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Blank.
Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one blank again, right?
She tells me it happens at least twice a week, so certainly I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
And you certainly could
The
have written the number
beatings happen
2.
twice a week.
But it wasn't 2. If it's
Oh.
happening 2 times a week.
All right, so 2 times a week towards times the number of months. Now you got 2 digits instead of 1, right? That's all it took to write that down.
This is in a 1 month period, so it would have been a 4-week period.
How often in the past month? That's what it says.
Correct. You said
Chose not
months.
to answer that question. Let's look at the next page. Again, scoring is frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Again, you left it blank.
If you look on the right-hand box, that is where we are indicating the frequency and the severity. If you can see where I circled moderates happening more than twice a month, that's where I'm indicating the frequency of the symptom expression.
Okay. But aren't you skipping a step? You're supposed to do intensity and frequency.
And when
You're-
somebody says it's happening more than twice a month, that is a frequency indicator.
All right. Let's go to the next box. Again, we have, in the past month, how many of the important parts of event have you difficulty remembering? Number of important aspects. Didn't fill it out.
Well, I listed 2 specific incidents of where she indicates she has important aspects that are missing.
But all you had to do is put a number in here. You know you knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't get scored by the frequency.
All right, you know something, you're right. Let's look at the next one.
I know.
The next one gets scored by the frequency. That's blank, right?
Well, I did not code it as a PTSD symptom.
Okay, let's go to the next one. How much of the time in the past month have you felt that way as a percentage?
Right? So as you can see, I circled 20 to 30% of the time.
Right.
It's
You
just as
felt-
I'm putting it on the right side in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about the right side in a minute. You took issue with the way that Dr. Curry did this testing.
Correct.
Right. But your test, in every instance where you're asked the number of times and to fill in the blank, you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that. After you did the CAPS 5 for the anchoring, the 3-word anchoring event, IPV by Johnny, you went back through again and said, maybe I should consider childhood trauma as well, right?
I wanted to test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Hurd had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had, based on this instrument, the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
All right. And you knew that she had had severe child abuse as a young person.
That is correct.
She grew up in a home full of heroin addicts, right?
Opiate abuse, yes,
Yeah. And there was IPV between her parents.
correct.
And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact with this childhood trauma in the diagnosis of PTSD.
Yes.
Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again. What's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions where she answered in the affirmative and said, and is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about childhood? Are you avoiding thinking about things about childhood? Is that happening?
Can't
to you
clean
now
this one
as
up,
well?
man.
All right. So there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test. All right. Why don't we highlight the right-hand notations that start under the word childhood? All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't administering a whole CAPS again. What I was doing was seeing, as we know with people who have what we call polyvictimization or revictimization, someone could in fact meet criteria for the PTSD from the domestic violence, but then they're also experiencing some symptoms as a result of the childhood abuse. Both can occur.
That's the point, though. If you've done the first
Mr.
part
Depp is
without
responsible
considering
for
this, the
childhood
first part
abuse.
has to be
That is correct.
discarded. But if you have
I was trying to press pause there as quick as I could. Go on.
no, I just no, you can play on. I was just like, that was his point, really. Just saying, like, look, so you didn't redo the test. I thought it was the way he questioned that was brilliant, because you've got to basically admit to saying that I didn't consider this in the first half, but I did it in the second half. So the first half is, both halves are unreliable. You don't know which one to actually rely
Yeah.
on. You know, yeah, like it makes. I'm surprised she walked into it. If anything, I'm surprised she didn't see it coming.
Mhm. Okay, I'm just interested to hear how she ends it. I will now go into this.
And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations on the in the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out for the IPV by Johnny, right?
Well, I disagree with the partially filled out. The frequency was clearly filled out in the box where we score the CAPS. But yes, I did write about the childhood to the right of that box.
Okay. And that is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered.
If there were any affirmatives and I needed to go further, I could have administered another CAPS 5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
Okay. So you chose not to do a second CAPS 5, although you knew that she had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that point in time, PTSD symptoms from the childhood trauma.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Dennis, are you moving to a different topic now?
I am.
Okay, all right, this might be a great time to take our morning break then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I find it a little bit interesting. Hang on, let me get back to this.
All right, we'll go ahead and take,
Your Honor, before we
Yes.
take the break,
Yes.
may I get a copy of the new exhibits from them so that I can see what?
Yeah, he can. Fucking shut the fuck up. He'll get it in a second now. Anyway, obviously it's the first time I've heard this testimony and stuff like that. So all these testing are a little bit new to me, but it doesn't seem very reliable. It doesn't seem very. I don't know. I think her credibility is being shocked right now. I don't think she realizes that.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. No. Yeah. Just to add on to your point, because I think she actually thought he's incompetent because of the fact that he kept focusing on things that to her seems trivial, but that's the point. It was to disarm her for this moment, from what I'm seeing from the strategy anyway. But even that aside, I like it shows obvious bias because, well, for one, like I said earlier, how are you conducting the test the first time without factoring in the childhood element, and then you conduct the test the second time, and then you factor in the childhood element, but you were not doing a test again. Like, so you got childhood and the test, and they're both standalone. So that's basically the image. And I'm like, both of them are not reliable because she's not a child. You know what I mean? She's not a child at this present time for you to be analyzing this. But at the same time, your first test cannot be reliable because you should have put this test in the first test. Again, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know how this all this thing works.
I mean,
But
technically you are, but
no, but like, no, I've studied. I have not studied. No, I have not studied it at a university level, but I have done a lot of research into this area, and the methodologies are the same across the board. What she done, she made an obvious error that she should have that she should have restarted the whole test again, but she didn't, and it's just not looking good the way it's coming out now. That's my opinion anyway. That's
Yeah.
it's just
I think the other thing I'll add to that. Sorry, mate.
no, you're fine.
I was just going to say the other thing I'd add to your point there. I think is 100% correct. I don't think she gets challenged all that much for her work either. So I think how many people know this industry that she's in? She's supposed to be the lead, you know.
Right.
She's like on these boards and all that. So who dare questions her? No one. Do you know what I mean? She's the
Right.
expert. So I think that plays a part in it as well. That she might be a little bit cocky, but no, I agree with what you're saying. I do agree. It is bizarre to me, but it's interesting but bizarre. So right.
Yeah.
We'll,
Again, I'm not an expert. I don't know. I've never been trained or anything like that. I don't even go college for it, but I'm just saying I do know with science, you don't just have a methodology and then you pick and choose when to apply it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to
Yeah.
have a standardized, there's
Yeah.
a standard to it. And from the way that Corey explained it, Dr. Corey, sorry, the way that Dr. Corey explained it was pretty much she did it the right way. She did it, and even though you don't agree with her results, at least do yourself the favor, like do yourself give yourself a chance by making sure that you follow the same methods, because Dr. Corey done both child and all those things. She did all that. She factored all that in. She didn't, because she only did the child part as it came out because Corey did it. That's the only reason. And it's just embarrassing that you couldn't just redo the entire test and evaluate her again, discard the first test, write it off, and say, nope, I'm gonna do it again. What was the issue? Maybe she realized that if she factored in the PTSD, that the PTSD would be more indicative of the child rather than an adult. Like something like that. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah. No, that's a fair comment. Yeah, that's a fair comment. But yeah, if you got a methodology, you follow the whole steps. You don't skip anything.
Yeah.
You just do it properly. Otherwise, it doesn't hold up. It doesn't work anymore. So that's good. They've come back in now. I think Spider Girl says something here. Hang on. If I don't put it up, she'll get mad at me. So Heard's team is making too much of the board certifications. It's unnecessary. Just says you study one part a little more. Yeah. I mean, I suppose, I think they're probably overburdened with it. Yeah, you're probably right. Hang on. They have to obviously show she's qualified, but yeah, you should be. Once you're verified as a qualified doctor, you can do this, then that's the end of it. You don't need to go back onto it. Yeah.
Why don't we put it back up, plaintiff's 1247. Again, this is the CAPS 5. You didn't administer this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No, you administered it after Dr. Curry made a disclosure, correct?
That's not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February when she submitted her report, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
And you didn't make any reference to this
when she submitted
in your disclosures until after Dr. Curry made reference to hers, right?
I don't recall the date of the final disclosure or the fourth disclosure.
Convenient.
We'll go to the next page. Let's go to the top of the page. We'll blow that up. Instructions start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. See that language?
I do.
Right. You don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency lines.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of the box, I think that's perfectly fine.
All right. So you think it's standard administration to simply leave blanks that are already in the form?
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptoms.
All right, let's go down a little bit further. Let's go to administration. It says, number 2, read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read the first prompt. If there was a yes, then I would have made a decision. Do I need to administer a whole nother CAPS?
Right. And you ultimately didn't do that. You just simply wrote the margin of the last one.
Because she wasn't endorsing those symptoms.
You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with respect to PTSD is functional deficiencies. That's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM diagnosis, you're looking for what are the functional impairments as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, in fact, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, one of the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational function, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Heard's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And she had just wrapped a major motion picture, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't determine that she had an impairment in occupational function. She's still performing at literally the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
I asked you whether
Production.
she was performing at the highest level of her profession.
Oh, just hit me now. I didn't get. Oh, I thought it was trivial. I thought it was trivial when he was asking the questions about the last year. Now it hit me because she conducted this test in 2019. So when she conducted this test in 2019, Aquaman filming and all of that was 2017, 2018. So how could she have PTSD, and how can you account for the PTSD that occurred in 2000 and all those times if he was not doing all these things that you're saying he did to even have all those things? And she was well away from him. So how is that he was not even like, so how is that now factoring into your test, something that happened years ago and it's not currently happening now? Because the PTSD test, from what I understood from it, was at least in a veterans context, they always do it in the 6 months to a year context to try and okay, I see it. You see it now. So that's why Corey was basically saying veterans and all of, like, that's why she was comparing it to veterans. Okay, I see it. All right. No, sorry, it just hit me. I don't know why it didn't hit me before, but it just hit me now. Sorry about that. Sorry, continue.
I was on mute. I was talking to you. I was speaking to you, but I was on mute. Sorry, mate. I was sorry. It's my bad. I was speaking to you, but I didn't realize I was on mute. So I'm glad it's hit you, right? It's not hit me yet. So because of the fact that this was done straight after, so you're saying this was done test after Aquaman was done. So
Yep.
basically, she wouldn't have been around with Johnny at all anyway, or limited around with Johnny. So there shouldn't have been any effect of PTSD on that.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
I'm with you. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying there. It's just I still don't understand fully the test itself and what the benefit is, especially if you're skipping stuff. So like, no, but yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, he just laid the traps, and she just walked right into it. She literally just walked right into it now, because now it looks like a complete mess, based on the fact that he had to do it twice. Huh?
I did pick up on that, so it's good that you picked up on that. I would never picked up on that, so that's good. That's good catch by you, Dr. Hines. How was your internet, by the way?
Oh, my
Mine's-
internet is mine's fine.
Mine-
Mine's fine. But go on.
I was just mine's buffering a little bit. Jonathan said it's to do with congested UK servers, not speed. So my speed upload downloads are fantastic, but it's buffering all the time, and it's a pain in the ass. But you know, nothing I can
Don't
do
forget,
about
it's
it.
raining as well. It's
Yeah,
it's
it's
torrential
bad.
rainfall here. Yeah.
It's bad as well. The brain's a bit bad here in Wales anyway. Right, let's get on with it then. Thanks for that, Dr. Hines.
No worries.
Professional.
But Jonathan went for. Did your dogs take a poo in the bed, Jonathan? Is that what you said? I don't know what you just meant there.
Yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did you
Wait,
report
what?
to you that she loves?
How are you not qualified also then?
Wait. Rewind that. Wait, did she just say that?
Yeah,
she
I know.
doesn't-
I must have missed something. I go back about a minute. Yeah, here we
Who's
go.
filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
I asked
Right.
you whether
Production.
she was performing at the highest level of her profession. Yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook,
She loves to cook, yes.
hike,
I don't recall hiking, but
read?
Yep.
Spend time with friends?
if she can, that has been significantly diminished as a result of her PTSD symptoms as a result of this case.
She just had a baby?
She did.
Discredit. Must discredit.
Exercises every day?
The most that I can tell, she does.
Completed level 3 sommelier training?
She did.
All right, she did all of these things, and you made a determination that she is impaired with respect to her occupational functioning.
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the symptoms aren't there. She has to continue to work, even though she has a panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection
That's
of the
not
trauma,
reliable.
even though she's having heart palpitations and sweaty palms when something comes into her mind. It does not stop her from doing what she needs to do, but it does interfere.
Okay.
So you just believe what because she said this. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
So I'm going to ask you about another test that you administered. And that one's called the PAI. You know that one?
Yes, I do.
That's the personality assessment inventory.
That's correct.
Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244?
All right, 1244. Thank you.
So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes,
And it's a list of critical item endorsements,
correct,
and that's derived from the PAI?
correct.
And this is the PAI that you gave 9/26/2019.
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, so
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? There it is.
yeah,
There
thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item, I'm going to move this document, PX 1244, into evidence.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document.
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
Well, it's his exhibit. Do you have any objection to his exhibit, which is just the first page? All right, 1244 evidence.
This is devastating to my
So
case.
critical item endorsement, this starts a total of 27 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. You're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items. The first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed under your PAI a critical item. It says, sometimes my temper explodes and I completely lose control. How did that potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Well, there's a few things. Number one, certainly Ms. Heard reported to me that in her relationship, that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales where that scale is not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Mainly true, very true, mainly true, sometimes true or false. She chose.
So she can do no wrong.
So
It's
she's
your
answering
testimony.
honestly about her experience.
So sometimes,
She can do no wrong
sometimes
there.
true that sometimes my temper explodes. That's
Correct.
what your testimony.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical item endorsements. Critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic.
No,
So you
I-
need to review the content of the item. And that's how you make the determination. Is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so this critical item endorsement, this one reads under potential malingering. I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct,
And she endorsed that as sometimes true.
correct.
Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Okay.
Let me ask you about another document. All right, I'm gonna mark the document as PX 1248.
1248.
1248.
All right, yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes,
All right, and these are critical items that were deduced on the TSI-2 critical items list.
correct.
And what's a 0 mean?
Means that she scored a 0 on that item. She said it's not something that's relevant for her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right?
Correct,
And so she scored a 0 on doing something violent because you were so upset.
correct.
See that language? You knew Ms. Hurd to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct,
All right. So she hadn't had them in the last 6 months.
correct.
This test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months.
Right.
Is the prompt,
All right, in the last 6 months.
correct.
Had Ms. Hurd previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She indicated one time as a teenager in a reckless moment she did. It was stupid and I never did it again.
This is going to be key. So I'm not going to spoil it, but that's going to be key. What? That's going to be key.
So that was the first time you met her. She indicated that she had cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
As with most things, I asked about the frequency of the behavior and had it ever occurred again? Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Hurd cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure.
All right. Why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct?
I don't recall.
Why don't we go to PX 938? And if you put it up for the witness. All right, that's not it. Let's go to the next page. There we go. All right. PX 938, we're on the third page. This background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a discussion here we talked about earlier about intimate relationships.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah, let's go back to the first page. All right, there we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. So this page anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're gonna do it again.
What, so 1246?
1246.
All right. Okay, it's in evidence. There's supposed to be redactions, though, but, okay. All right, that's in 1246.
All right. So why don't we blow up the intimate relationships section? There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including a person called Tasha.
Tasha.
Who's she?
So you do
She
know.
was Miss Heard's wife.
Okay. And that relationship preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Sidebar.
So,
Right, that's gonna-
hello, Nando's. What's that?
If this wasn't your first watch, I would have told you how significant. You know what? Never mind.
Yeah,
You-
I would. You can say afterwards. So, do you know what I mean? If I probably
No.
just say
It's fine. It's fine. It's best if we're watching Amber Heard's testimony tomorrow. It's best we
cool.
save it then. Yeah,
That's fine.
best save it.
Because I'm trying to give it an honest, feedback on it. This is probably I've had many frustrating days watching this trial, but this is the first day I've been like, oh my days, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Because of this witness, I just don't like it. The lack of credibility and stuff. But
Yeah.
it's I don't know. But everyone says it's get better, it gets better. So I am looking forward to those good days. So so Nanda's Mamba, I believe it's the first time. Jonathan is around, Nando. Jonathan does get around as well. So not surprised you haven't seen him for a while. He's always here normally. But Jonathan's on a simulator probably. He's got a lorry simulator. And he's been on that all day yesterday. And he's up late this morning today. So I will say this though, and I don't care whether people bash me or whatever, but Amber Heard, I do think she is quite attractive there now. Do you know what I mean, in the sense of her face? I do think she's a very beautiful woman. So I don't hide.
Look, a lot of people would agree with you. I don't, but I don't find that attractive. But maybe that's me. I generally I generally find brunettes and redheads more attractive. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But I don't find it attractive. But I've seen a lot of people that even though they support Depp, they say that they find her attractive. I mean, I don't see it, but
I think she's just naturally beautiful. I think I'm not saying she's like a supermodel or anything, but if she was a woman you could saw in a pub, I'd think, whoa, she's very good looking, so I don't know.
Oh, by the way,
yeah.
Oh, by the way, if anyone sees me yawn, it's not because of the stream. I was.
Oh, don't worry.
No. I feel like I don't want to be rude or anything, So.
Hey, mate, I yawn all the time.
No. I was just up late last night. It's not your stream. Your streams are very entertaining. I'm just
Dr. Hines, don't worry, mate. I literally my first hour here, I was yawning. I was just like, it just happened. And also, I got a reputation. I'm not joking I fall asleep in my own streams. So no, I've done it countless times. I fall asleep.
Oh well, then that makes me feel better. Oh, God, gosh,
And sometimes
I was-
I'm listening. I'm gone. So don't worry about it. Everyone
I was
mocks me
actually
and stuff
thinking,
about it.
oh Lord, thank you for that. I didn't even know. Okay, well, I'm off the
Yeah.
hook then.
Yeah, you're off the hook, honestly. You're all good. You're all seriously, because I had a day the other day, I was sleeping and I got Sarapy, everyone trying to ring me and everything, trying to wake me up.
Yeah.
On
Oh
stream,
my
and I'm
God.
unmuted.
Oh, that was. Oh Lord, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I do it all the time, so don't worry about it. I'm so good.
Okay.
Right.
Around the circumstances that gave rise to the TRO?
I agree, Monica.
With, on May 21st?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
I recall, I mean, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly what, but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
I don't know.
This is key because if she doesn't know, it's not the cheating that is good or bad, but if you haven't told your evaluator about these things, this suggests that you just have a general lack of remorse for it. That's what I'm guessing from it. It's like it's like you don't want people to know about it, so that means something more did go on. When you've been seen, yeah. She's not gonna beat those cheating allegations anytime soon. On top of poop, you're a cheater. That's so bad, man. That's such a bad combo.
That Johnny Depp was not abused. And
I can testify that he had physical acts of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
That doesn't help.
no further questions.
All right.
You're killing your own case. Oh Lord, she just realized what she did. Look at her face. She realized, oh shoot, did I just say that? Oh my God.
Dr. Hughes, you were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up. Tom, would you help me out with that? 1241?
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, what was the significance of this presentation? And can you give her control? Or do you have to have control of the document? It's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay. Can you please tell the jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology, but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission. That's been moved in,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up. All right, and is that just one page too? How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you
Could you please just,
recall?
I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff to exhibit 1242 first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yeah.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please tell the jury, explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is a bar association that was attended by many of the prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office, as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence. And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
You're gonna do that when you want.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, we need, thank you. Thank you, Sammy. But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't mean to take it away from you. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I understand. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
let's go to Defendants 1435, please. Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this was one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay, I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor, because it has a lot of other documents in it, not just the PEPS file.
It's not the CAPS, it's the DSM-5, but she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can't, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it. I think
Well, I mean, there was no objection to when they put theirs in.
I would
Now
say-
they're objecting to you putting.
I would say rule of completeness, Your Honor, Rule 2, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
They put their test in. Now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
But that's not a completeness argument then. That's just a different test.
Well,
But what's the objection though? That there's, all right, I'll sustain the objection. Thanks.
all right, well, then we'll go for the other ones. You did the TSI. Well, before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered?
So the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD criteria just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where she had elevated scales on PTSD measures, which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there were multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given one page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and one page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
It wasn't the scoring, they were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1858. Which is the full PAI. And was this the actual testing and scoring?
Yes, this is the profile, the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of exaggeration or malingering on this test, and there were significant symptoms that correspond with traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
And I believe you said again that there was that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant. And that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant. And then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But certainly, it's usually about a T-score of a 65, and on some it's a T-score of a 70, which is a T-score is a normative curve, is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
And would it be at all helpful to have the entire test as opposed to a one piece of paper or one page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1858.
Objection hearsay.
And this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's bring up 1859.
What was the point? Why would you try the same argument of completeness if you know it failed the first
And this
time?
is,
I'm
you were
so
shown
sorry.
one
This
page
lawyer makes me
from the
seem
TSI-2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam, the full exam?
The trauma symptom inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology. And on this score, she had, elevations in intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to talk about it, so that you don't get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well. And that's a related trauma symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
And would it be helpful to have the full exam as opposed to one page out of it?
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 15 for 1859,
Objection hearsay.
and I would argue the completeness rule again.
Why would you look? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, thinking of it of a different result.
Yeah,
Elaine has to be the most insane person.
I don't get it.
She keeps arguing the same thing, and I'm like, it didn't
I
work
know.
the first time. Why would it
What
be
are you
different
doing?
here?
That's up to your thick skin. Don't care. Just try it. Don't care, mate.
Maybe she's scared of Amber. Maybe she thinks that if I
The part
don't
I'm trying
do
to
it,
admit is in another.
Maybe
Objection hearsay.
Your Honor, I think this is already admitted.
I don't see it, and Jamie doesn't have it, so 373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think there was
Unless
a
it's-
version of that. If I may,
I don't know that.
Your Honor,
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
the part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go in a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
398 redacted is in evidence.
That might be the one.
okay.
All right. If you could lower that up. And I think we're looking for, if you could move that up, Michelle. There we go. We could blow that one up. And this is an email from Mr. Depp to David Kipper. Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the last part of this. And this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything. I gotta figure out how to do this. I'm missing the controls on this. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should, thank you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's Mr. Depp admitting that to Dr. Kipper in 3/19/2015.
Objection leading.
Okay,
I sustain the objection. Next.
okay, that's fine. I'm good with that.
How is-
Let's go to
Okay.
defendant number 9. And you're, I believe this one is in as well, or is it the
It's a
redacted?
redacted one.
Yes, that's
Okay.
okay. Thank you. And then if I could draw your attention, this is a text message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier on 10/31/2015.
Okay.
And it says it's the second time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape, and it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to, and do you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape from the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds and 21.
Knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
That's a mission? That's a mission now? Okay.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Yeah.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to
Still
2:47,
leading.
2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21,
Tough. Still leading.
correct?
I understand. yes.
Objection leading.
Okay, now let's go to after that.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh,
Now let's go
come
to
on.
After that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
Was yesterday because of how it's been lately since Australia, and I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've gone on a honeymoon. We had a great time over there.
Because you're a pain in the ass. I'm sorry, but she just sounds like someone that needs to be cuddled every single minute of the day.
And I thought everything else was great. So I'm doing this since Australia.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37. And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled. Good.
I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there were fights previously.
Thank you.
On each other. Because I can continue.
Oh, no.
Bad, baby. I told you this once. I'm scared to death. You're a fucking crime scene.
You know.
If we don't get our shit fucking A, we do this, we make it, that might be. So, I've tried, done, could do. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. I do not want to leave you. I don't want to divorce. I don't want you out of my life. I just want peace. And if I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do better.
is it possible to turn that up anymore? Or is I have one more. I'm just. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, my last one is 3:26:20 to 3:29:50.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
What she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help. And she joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see that there's 2 instances where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange because of the fighting at that time. Once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Amber Heard moved from Bonnie Jacobs to Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cohen and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Miss Heard left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
I established the foundation. She reviewed the notes and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
Facts, not even evidence.
Objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
Overruled on.
Just say facts, not in evidence. You don't have Bonnie
reason
Jacobs'
that,
testimony here.
Her left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs were one that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship or therapeutic relationship. But number 2, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns.
Yeah,
about
going
perhaps
forward with abuse is protection of.
So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
Yeah, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. That's what we dealt with yesterday.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
He's relied upon these and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right.
Defendant's
Exhibit
A thought just popped into my head, Dylan. A thought just literally popped into my head. I'm assuming you know when she came forward with the abuse claims, right? That was 27th of May, right? You're mute.
Sorry, mate. Yeah.
Do you know when she came forward with do you know
No.
like what day, etc.?
No.
Oh, so you're literally blank. Okay, fine. I will write it down and then we can talk about it when we do reach it. You're actually blank. Oh wow. Okay, all right.
I might still, but I've not watched this for ages, you know what I mean? So I'm not. Yeah.
No worries.
What have you done anyway?
All right, then.
And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Conan, correct?
Connell Cohen, yes,
That's it. Okay, and you also interviewed him as well?
correct.
Okay, and what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And the sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, I mean, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents. Like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your
she
Honor.
called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right, I think I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cowan that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Heard wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email and saying, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt, but
Objection,
I'm safe.
hearsay.
I think she can rely on hearsay. Don.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown plaintiff's exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Her understanding of a knife.
Let's pull up plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do that, please? I believe you respond in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp. You said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first, I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But
Yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement. The party opponent admission.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Okay. And what is your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in IPV and trauma?
I mean,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
Okay.
approach?
Sure.
Oh my days, how long have we got left? Oh, I've got long.
It's not a bad redirect. It's not long left. It's not long left.
Oops, I skipped something.
relationship is death.
And
Objection, hearsay.
There we go. Right, I'm on the right spot. Misclicked it,
Dr.
bastard.
Hughes, do you think that the phraseology on the knife bears any relationship or significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any, significance does the phraseology
What if
on the
any is
knife
not a cure-all?
have in to the opinions you have provided in this case.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
He brought it up in.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
So there are several things. I certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife for Mr. Depp, she was engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is a notation in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her was around the discussions of the prenup. And he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship is death. Dr. Jacobs didn't think that that was funny. Ms. Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you listened to an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection, beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking all the different authority. I'm just establishing that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Mhm.
Dr. Hughes, based on everything in the cross-examination and the redirect, what, if any, changes do you have to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
I don't have any changes to my opinions that I gave yesterday.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom since you base your expert testimony. Okay?
Thank you,
All
Your
right, thank
Honor.
you.
To be
All right,
fair-
I think, go ahead. Yes, sir.
To be fair to Hughes, she did try to be fair, but this is again, she did try to be fair, but again, you could have just testified in favor of Amber without having to say I believe her. Basically, this is why it's all true. This is why it's all true. Like you could. I don't know. I think she could have still made a point of how she came with the PTSD angle without having to go into how people react into in DV situations, etc. Because that is essentially what in my opinion destroyed her her unbiasedness, if you will, because doing all of that kind of makes you seem like, oh, I'm doing this because my client told me to, rather than let's PTSD. Because again, it's a massive contrast from Curry. Curry could have brought in, oh, men don't report to police. There's studies that that men are actually silent reporters. They don't they get abused by their partners all the time. She only says that in response to when she was asked about what Depp was doing. You know what I mean? Elaine asked her that, if you remember Curry's testimony.
Yeah, I didn't mean.
Yeah, Elaine was asking her questions in regards to Depp, and that's the only time she even touched on Depp being abused. Outside of that, she was just sticking to the framework. But from the bat, Dr. Hughes was all about, women act like this. There is minimization, all those things, and I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough, whatever.
At the start, she wouldn't.
Huh?
So I was just saying, I agree with you. At the start, she wouldn't even agree that men abuse women. She said men abuse men. It's like, well,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
but what? But men abuse women as well. You know that? Jesus Christ. So, but there we are.
Yeah.
We are now past lunch. We're now going to the beautiful, the dynamic, the awesome actress of Amber Heard. She's on the stand. So this is what everyone tells me. This is where everyone tells me I'm going to hate it. So I don't know. We'll see. Do you know what? I'm thankful for people to be here. I'm thankful for you to be here as well. There's not many people here today, which is fine. I said I'd still stream it, guys, with 3 people at the minute. So, but we're still streaming it. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying Dr. Hines' company. It's a shame we haven't got more people here, but
No, you're
Doesn't
fine.
matter. You know,
I mean,
I don't know what it is, but one of those things.
it's December. That's the only way I can chalk it up to. A lot more people are like traveling and doing all these things during this
Yeah,
time, you
yeah.
know. Or but
And
gone.
to be fair, I wasn't planning on doing all this. It's more because some people said, "Oh, look, I feel lonely. I've got no one over Christmas," so I said I'd do it. So you know, I wasn't expecting many people here anyway. Just obviously grateful for you because you're used to having over thousands of people watch your streams
Oh,
now. So I mean, when you got what we got 6 now, so it's like this is beneath you really.
oh,
So I
come on,
appreciate you
man. It's not
for
like
being
that.
here.
No, it's not like that. No. It's like no. I'm here. I'm here regardless. I don't think it matters too much about the if obviously if it's zero, then you have a problem. But
Yeah,
honestly, the people that are here, they get to have a different dimension about the case. Maybe it's the time even. Maybe no one is awake here, or maybe there is so
Oh,
many factors you don't. It's not something that it's so many factors to like
yeah.
look at
No, I
that
see it.
it isn't contingent on the quality of the stream. Honestly, I think regardless, like the people that are here, they are real troopers.
Yeah,
the real MVPs for actually
they are.
tuning. Yeah, you know what I mean. So
They
I
are.
wouldn't,
And
I wouldn't worry about it.
look,
To be honest,
I'm grateful. I'm not worried about it, mate. It's what, as you say, a lot of people have got families and stuff at the minute anyway. But
right?
um, no, I'm grateful for people that are actually here. I appreciate that. As I say, this was only put on for those that had no one to spend Christmas with anyway. So I hope those guys are having an okay time as well. Um, so because after this, I'm doing Rittenhouse straight after this every day as well. So they're long days. Do you know what I mean? They're long days, but
Yeah.
it's fine. I'm glad we're doing this because I've been avoiding doing Depp for so long now, but we're here. Now, this is the part that everyone's like, oh, yeah, can't wait for you to see her on the stand, can't wait. So I'm like, I'm a little bit worried here. Not worried, but I'm like feeling a bit of pressure here. Like I'm going to have to be zoned in here now, be like, right, come on, what's going on type of thing. So yeah, we'll see. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the next few days because I think she's on stand today, rest of today, tomorrow and Friday. So you know, looks like a nice free flicker turnout yesterday. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, 125 watched yesterday in total. Yeah, it's all good. And I did Turtle Boy 100 something. But
Absolutely. Yeah. Remember that. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm fine with it. I didn't think that I was
So
streaming
you're
this.
good. You're good,
It
really.
wasn't a no, it wasn't a bash. It's, as say, it's a bit of a joke because obviously, because you get over 1,000 people all at once. I was only just teasing you in a way. Look, I will stream this even if it's one person because that one person might actually generally be lonely. So that's the whole reason for this. So it's all good. It's all good, guys. I am blessed
I
to be
can't wait
here.
for the cross either, Tim. I really can't wait for the cross.
So
Really can't.
if you guys give me a couple of minutes, I'll tell you why. Because I want to listen to. I'll play it now. I need to put the lights on and stuff. I do. I get some water, but I'll play it. Started now, because by the time she gets on stand and everything like that, I'll be back. Um,
Terminator. Don't worry, I'll keep them company while you're
yeah,
away.
I will literally be less than a minute, but just in
I
case.
wasn't a DJ
Right,
for all these years for no reason. Like,
no reason.
it comes in
You're
handy.
good.
It comes in handy nowadays.
You're good. I'll mute it. Oops, I'll mute it for a second. There you go.
Put your hands up for Detroit. I love this. See, I hope YouTube doesn't demonetize you for that. Actually, put your hands up. Put your hands up for Detroit. I love this city. But Crosses is the best entertainment ever made. Agreed, Tim. Honestly, her cross. For those that have watched this case, of course, you know what's coming up, but you can watch that thing. It's timeless because it's it, it's absolutely time. Oh, I think he muted the wrong one. he's such a boomer. I think he meant to mute himself, but he muted the feed, and I can hear him in the background. Oh yeah, yeah. Anna is the amount of times that she got objected to in her redirect. You might as well have just called it a day after the cross because you must have seen the redirect coming. Like you must have seen the amount of objections coming. Seen the cross. Honestly, I've seen it. If I was to count the amount of times I've watched the editing, then it'll be more than 30 times. But in terms of watching it again and again, I would say 10. I would say 10 times. I watched the cross 8 to 10 times because trying to recall everything, trying to get everything that she was saying. Because I've got a docu-series out that I've done in regards to this, trying to recall every little bit that she was saying. It's oh yeah, it became handy because I noticed the inconsistencies and where she was lying in the most important part. I told you he muted the wrong part. He definitely muted. He muted. Dylan, if you can hear me, you definitely muted the wrong part, my guy. Okay, let me. I don't know what I can do. I don't have the power. I have the power. So I'll just entertain you. So what she's. So I'll want
Sorry.
because because you muted the stream instead of your thing, because you muted
Yeah,
the stream
sorry.
instead of your mic. You muted the stream thinking it was the mic, but
Yeah.
but I ended up narrating for Amber Heard while she was testifying. So what I was saying was wah 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 wah, what she was, and make an Amber Heard voice, harping bird. I don't know. I can't. That's all I
Jeez.
remember from like,
Jesus. I've got a buck then. Jesus.
no. It's fine. Just go straight to the testimony which was on.
Yeah.
You can go.
Here we go.
You're having a
Right.
boomer. How old are you? How old are you, by the way?
41.
Okay, that makes sense. You are actually a boomer then.
Yeah. Yeah. I am a boomer. Why? I'm a boomer.
No, because I was saying, I was saying all through the stream, oh, you having boomer moments, and I'm like, oh wow, he's actually a boomer. Okay, no
I
mind.
am a boomer. 41. 41, mate.
No, it's fine. It's
How old are you?
understandable now. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm 32. I've
I
been
was gonna
called a
say
baby too many times.
it's 31 I thought we were going to be. But
Oh, okay. Oh, the skincare
there
is
you
working.
go. I know. Let's see with it. I did. No, I've not seen the EDB stream. Youngster. I'm younger than Spider Girl, so yeah. Right. Let's go. Oh, wrong one.
Name.
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
And what is your address?
Laura Amber
I live
Heard.
in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
37 now.
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I am an actor, mostly.
No, a great
Okay.
one.
Now, why are you here?
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how
Just say you're
painful this is.
pissed.
This is horrible
Say you're pissed.
for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have.
this is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness, I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days.
Supposed to, because
mostly
you're a witness.
cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I'd ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Maynard. And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Hurd.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had. So it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship. And I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early. And I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. but I answered phones, and I worked at like a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
Auditions.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and it was important to me is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people. So I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school during the school year for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's museums typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at with deaf kids for a while, and I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there. And I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those are expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to—
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't matter.
10 auditions sometimes a day, and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing. And then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger. And it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated they didn't. You have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and Pineapple Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role, and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up in 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You know, you get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson. And it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, you know, obscure writers and, you know, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I hadn't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic. And, you know, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me, and we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, you know, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, you know, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. You know, he's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, you know, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age, and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, you know, old blues. And I thought it was remarkable. You know, I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in The Rum Diary?
Yes. A few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up, and I hear, you know, this like deep voice on the other line. And he said, you got you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid.
And please describe for the jury what that means. What was The Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here, and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend. And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, you know, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming The Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film The Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, you know, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so everything really looked beautiful. And, you know, cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I I couldn't have asked for, you know, a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set, reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me when we'd have hot days filming. You know, there'd be this big SUV pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV, just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And you know, we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't like you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes. I think we would hang out if, you know, after or in between scenes or in between setups, we often were, you know, talking about things, and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed. And I was, you know, going on about how great this bargain wine was. And I didn't understand, you know, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something. And I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down. And at some point I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his, like, you know, foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
because I was doing a scene, it was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and like laughed, like giggled, you know. I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this like bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, yum. And he kind of like lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, you know, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
This is why I don't. This is why I just don't.
Friendship, flirtatious thing.
No, continue playing. I will say after they have to stop talking. Continue.
I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and it was intimidating, and I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship, so we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All right.
guess.
And when you left Puerto Rico in the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, in Beverly Hills. And I was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number. So it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery, I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately.
I don't believe
what
her.
should I do? And I said, send it back. And
I don't believe this.
And
I don't
she
believe this.
indicated that there was, at the time, there was another one
I don't
that had
believe
already
this.
previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there, and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
I don't
Did there
believe
come
that.
a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for The Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film. And you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I had I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour. And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did normal press day. And then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. But as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
You'll never see my
And then what
eyes
happened
again.
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk, and the talking became
Oh,
us,
Josie, I just saw
you
your
know,
message.
reconnect.
Yes.
You know, it was like reconnection.
I
It was
believe so.
almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and you know, it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room, and so I felt when I was alone with him anyway, and it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. You know, we were flying from one, not together, but, you know, going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together. And we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, you know, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. You know, he produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how long approximately did press tour go?
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, you know, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, you know, we had this, you know, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? You know, and I'd ask him, no, you know, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar, not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar, because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, you know, it was beautiful. It was I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that like when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. You know, it made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of feeling where, you know, he just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, you know, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store.
Want to know
life? We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes, and so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart, and it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
So,
Johnny is pissed,
well,
and you
you're
want to know why he's
dating-
pissed
I
about
think you're
this?
dating at this point.
It's because
Sorry.
she, according to the therapist notes of Amber Heard and her previous therapist, Bonnie Jacobs, she complained to her therapist that Johnny would not go public with the relationship, that he didn't want to go public, this and that. She kept complaining, but now she's saying she was fine with the anonymity, all those things. He was fine with it. That's why Johnny is pissed. He's like, "Why are you doing?" Because she was hounding him for so long. We need to go public. We need to go public, and then and now she's spinning it to say, "Oh, I was understanding of him saying I don't want to, everyone blame you for it." Anyway, never mind. Sorry.
That's all right. It's all right.
That's why it was that.
No, it's fine. For me, it's like obviously a bit far-fetched fairy tale, but like I've seen the comments on everyone's like the hatred towards her is like unreal here. So I don't see the bad things yet about her. I mean, I think she's in cloud cuckoo land. So, but I don't know where the hatred's coming from. Right this second, but
Right.
I'm sure it'll build up. Right.
Oh, you're falling in love. You're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you ended up going to his Bahamas Island?
Yes. So shortly after, I think started dating October of 2011, and as I mentioned this.
The question for you, Dr. Hine, like, what am I supposed to, like, I even though she's exaggerated a little bit, like, but most women do anyway. So they live in cloud cuckoo. Am I supposed to hate her on this? Because I don't see why I would hate her.
No. No.
Oh,
I
fine.
I mean, I know a little bit of extra contextual information that would make me highlight a thing, but it's not really a kind of a revolutionary, point, if that makes sense, because as you put it, like women do tend to exaggerate things because technically it would make sense why they would exaggerate, because the dating dynamics, women are supposed to be, my opinion, I'll just say my opinion, women are supposed to be the ones that are desired rather than the man. So if the man comes off, I say if the woman desired him more, she would embellish and downplay how much the desirability that she had for the man after the breakup.
Yeah.
Key point, after the breakup, she may not do it at the time or anything like that, but after the breakup, yeah. So from that understanding, I could maybe forgive her for falling into that kind of, I don't know if I can call it trap or that kind of trope. I can forgive her, but I can't forgive her for outright lying, like, because I know she's like, there is a difference between downplaying and just completely changing the entire sequence, because many women don't do that. Like they would, in my opinion, highlight the fact that he liked her more, if that makes sense, but they wouldn't say, he didn't want to go public, but he didn't want to go public, and then what did she say again? He didn't want to go public and she was respectful of that. That's a lie. That's not downplaying, someone's affection for you. That's actually a lie, because she was hounding him to go public. So that's but that's just a distinction I would make.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, there's a couple of comments here that I'm lost to these comments, because maybe I've lost something here, because she's admitted to hitting her Johnny, and that is just okay. Question mark. They haven't shown here. Have they shown that? I mean,
no. That's the thing. Like, I mean, that's the thing. They haven't shown it, but at the same time, you wouldn't expect someone to catch someone mid-picture punching. But again, you recorded this man that was supposed to be violent to you at any given moment, but yet the only recording you have of him, he doesn't even do anything to you. And I mean, if something had happened to you in that recording, fair enough, you know, you've got your case. But in the recording, she was not scared of him. It's coming anyway, it's coming, but she was not scared of him. She was not, she was even going to the danger when, you know, this guy was drinking, this guy was slamming cabinets already, all the things that she was complaining of him doing, blah, blah. And you walk into that, and you know, and I'm wondering, well, this doesn't really help your case because he's just slamming cabinets. There's
Yeah.
context to it, but when it was at the time in 2016, she was trying to sell it as an assault happened. That a few, no, sorry, not a few days prior, that same evening, I think it was, like, you know, that there was one of the beatings that this was when, before she even released a video, she was saying to TMZ, etc., that she has video evidence of one of the beatings, and this was the only video evidence that anyone have ever seen. Otherwise, when she had lost this case, she would have just released it, and we all would have seen her getting pummeled. But it's just insane.
Not
Yeah.
fair. I thought I was missing something. That's all.
Yeah,
not
no,
fun.
you're fine.
Bubble, you know, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, you know, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me, or, you know, just talking. And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared at one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island. And I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, you know, thought the man really seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time. And I fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas, I assume you came back. And are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next. Mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, you know, I go off to work. And so would he. Well, eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger. And that's about mid 2012, is that right? When he was shooting that?
That sounds right. Mid 2012, yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting.
No, she was unemployed.
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film.
Told you. She couldn't remember her own work because she was unemployed.
You know, I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off. And there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So,
and so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him. and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy
Well, you
Mr.
say that
Depp any
now.
knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, lots of it. So he had these daggers that he had given me. They were beautiful in design, and they're long curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the same?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp
Before it was
during his
romantic
shooting
until
of
now.
Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy. And Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have all of a sudden Johnny had a Southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And they really seemed to get along very well. They're, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives. They had this, Johnny just really just showered my dad. And my dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy. And he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come onto these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace, and they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that was
credit.
It was he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special, and they did. My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what if
She's saying this? She's saying all of this to try and establish that. She's saying all this to try and establish that this was Johnny's way of getting her family away from like a pattern of abuse sort of way, so that her family doesn't protest for her to leave. You know, tries to tries to keep basically trying to get ahead of the text messages that the mom and the dad were sending to him, because they were very revealing about her.
Okay. Because it sounds like he's a generally nice guy. What he's doing, you know, buying gifts and stuff like that is. I'm
Yeah,
like, he's
but
a saint. He's a saint.
yeah, but now she's twisting it to say, oh no, he trapped me in this because he got my parents and my friends to like him and they don't
Yeah,
like
I
me.
got you. I got you. But it to me just comes across though not like that at all. In the sense of it just comes across that he's a genuinely nice guy, that he cares. I think that is him.
Right,
I know what she's trying to twist it into, but it's a nice insight to him, I think, as well.
right, absolutely.
Johnny's so generous and can be this really like overly generous almost, like showering you with gifts and compliments and just, I mean, like, and he has access and means to really, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures. And it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I'm relied heavily on my friends and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity and love and light, and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew people here and there. I mean, he's incredibly, incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of The Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do?
I mean, if what you're saying is true, which it is true, obviously, but we've seen evidence from other people, like Isaac, saying this is how he is. This is how generous he is. So the whole thing lined of he's doing it for the future to hide the abuse, but I mean, doesn't make sense because like Isaac's testimony was something along the lines of he gave me a house, like apartment, he gave me all the tools I needed. I was supposed to paint 20 or whatever it was,
Right.
paintings in 20 days, and I shit myself to tell him I only done 2 in 2 years, and he just laughed at 18K. He just want to make sure I was okay. So we've seen throughout Depp's testimony that he's a very generous guy. So she's just compounding that, going, yeah, he is. So I don't think it's working because in my mind, watching this is going, what a top lad he is, what a great guy. So I know she's going to try and twist it, but I don't think she can twist it because of all the previous testimony that's happened.
Wait for the twist. Wait for the twist.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, after you said it, I can imagine it. But I'm just like, you can't twist it because of all the other previous testimony. He's just a genuinely great guy. He put up his sister and stuff. I think without Isaac's testimony and a few of the others, maybe she could twist it. But there's just too much testimony here. I'm with you, Josie. I think he helps Johnny. I think all this helps him. For me, gives him massive credibility. As in, this is the guy. He's not two-faced.
Right.
So what's Spider
Like I
saying?
said, discredit. That's all she cares about. Discredit.
Oh, sorry, I did see that. Yeah, did see that Spider. Sorry, I'm half looking at. I'm trying to avoid chat, if I'm being honest, because I know the chat are very much against Amber, so I'm trying to avoid it a little bit. So I'm not really looking at it.
Give over
that
to the
much.
dark side.
I know. But yeah, no, but that's my general take on it. I think this is not very good of her. I think she's bigging him up even more. I'm enjoying it. Anyway,
Do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Yep.
Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse. And I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will I take care of that? Or, you know, it's so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, it's yours. It's coming here. I think it was being transported, and he said, you know, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And, you know, I grew up on my dad's horses. I grew up riding with my dad. So, you know, I had resisted for, I think, about like a month and a half or something, of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, that's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept. To all of a sudden I had a colt.
So, so let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him, you know, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, you know, I was head over heels in love. And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that. You know, I mean,
Sounds like
and
she's still
then
broke.
he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this, the point is it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see." You know, I wore a dress to an event once and I felt beautiful in it. Stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed him because you know, it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, you know, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. You know, I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the you know, the event I went to?" You know, basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, "Did you see that?" You know, I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, "Well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me, didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, you know, did you see that thing?" And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that, kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but you know, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. You know, my dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, you know, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, you know, he's right. You know, you start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. It loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass, threw glass at me. And I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me. And I remember thinking that it very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments and until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. Like when I'm standing there, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this wonderful, almost just unreal, but real, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was so
Here it comes.
seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation. Just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it's an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said, it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke. But he didn't. He said, you think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch? You think you're a funny bitch? And he slapped me again. It was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, what are you doing? You're crazy. I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realize that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before. And I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have till I figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I would leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. I was just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. Got up, I went to the car. I sat in my car and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window. And I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
What did you do after that?
I don't know. I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember. I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have told her.
I went home and I, a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think you know, I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple of cases actually of that big Cecilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never at that time dream of affording, you know.
um, right. So it's difficult for I think you guys might think it's easy for me. This is not easy for me. I said to Dr. Hines that I believe that she's exaggerating. I do think she's exaggerating a lot here um, throughout her whole testimony. I think she's painting, I don't think she means to, but I think she's painting Johnny into a nice guy, if that makes sense. Like, she, in a weird way, has confirmed to me what I thought Johnny was, but I didn't know what Johnny was because we're still going through testimony. I thought Johnny was a nice guy that was generous and actually wasn't someone that wants to please people. Because there are people like that out there that want to see the good, give people opportunities and stuff like that. And through her testimony, she's confirmed all that to me with the gifts and all that. I know Dr. Hines said she'll turn it and say it's a toxic thing, but I don't believe that he's done it for toxic reasons. I think she's painted him in a very good light. Um, I'm still like this story. There's a couple of question marks I have on the story, in the sense of, like she said that it didn't hurt her. She did it 3 times, did not hurt her. They were both sat on the couch. Then she's on the floor. So I don't. How did he go? If you're on the couch, how did he go to the floor? And how was your face in the floor? So I think that's a lie. Um, Maybe I'm missing some stuff here as well. Because obviously I'm still got lots of testimony to go through here. You guys know all the testimony. I don't. I don't think that her story so far is believable. I'm big on stuff. If you've lied once, or if something doesn't make sense to me, then I got to question it. So the fact that she says she was on the couch and then she's on the floor doesn't make sense. How do you end up on the floor unless he dragged her on the floor, but she didn't say that? Fine. Then my next question is, if he was begging to have her back and saying sorry for hitting you and stuff like that, then I don't remember. Have we seen those text messages? Because I don't remember seeing those text messages. There might be text messages of him saying, "I'm sorry I hit you" and stuff like that, but I've no recollection for it, if that makes sense. So I've got to presume there is no text messages, unless you guys correct me and there are text messages. Because if there's text messages him saying, "I'm sorry I hit you," then why are they not being shown? And I don't remember that far back, which then means so none that anyone's ever seen. So if we can't corroborate that, like, so that's something that you would keep. I don't understand why she's got all these other things, but she didn't keep those messages. So I have to suspect that that's a lie. And this is me just going around being a bit puzzled about it. Yeah, I'm puzzled about a few of her things here at the minute. I still got a lot more to go through, obviously, but Hannah, that's basically where I'm at the minute. I don't think she's at the minute anyway. She's not that believable to me. I think she's made Johnny out to be. Um, I think she's made Johnny out to be what I believed he was, but I didn't know. And that's a genuinely nice guy. Um, I I don't know. So he does say, "I'm sorry, but never for hitting." But yeah, I mean, sorry is you can argue with somebody. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure you've you women have driven your husbands up the wall many a time. I don't just guess it. I know you girls have. Because you drive me crazy up a fucking wall. So I can imagine they would be arguing sometimes. He would lose your temper and saying I'm sorry because no one wants to lose a temper. I hate saying I'm sorry. But she just said that he was apologetic for hitting her. Now, had she not done that, I would have think she's a lot more believable. But that's the two things. Where the text messages of him saying that he hit her. If she just had said that he messaged me saying I'm sorry, and all this, maybe a bit more believable. And if how the hell did she end up on the floor? If A didn't hurt her, and then B, they were sat on a couch together, but she ended up on the floor. I mean, it's a small thing maybe, but that's the kind of details I'd like to corroborate and see where are we. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I probably doesn't make sense to you guys where I'm at, but to me makes me. That's my weird fucked up head. I understand where I'm at with it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, she's yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it.
And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he put this thing away. He killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship.
Yeah, I did. I believed it.
One more thing. I can believe this story. All right, I believe this happened. Actually, I'm quite pretty sure that this did happen. The way she's saying it happened, in the sense, the context that he did lose his temper over a tattoo or something, or whatever it was. He may well have, because I think he probably would have had to for him to say I'm sorry. So I think the whole incident happened, but I think she's embellished a little bit. So I think it's more of a case of he did lose his temper there and then, but I don't I don't think he hit her, because where's the evidence of that? We need a lot more evidence of that. But I do believe this actually happened, similar to what she said it happened. And the whole demon stuff, that's quite normal. Everyone's got demons of certain magnitude, and I'm sure he has the pressure this guy's under. I bet he's got about fucking 100 demons, in the sense of, when the more stress you get, the more, Jesus Christ, can't imagine how much stress this guy's under. So I think the whole thing happened, but I have not seen the evidence to say that he hit them. So that's where I'm at with it. So that's why I forgot to add that just now, that I do think it happened, like she said, or similar to what she said it happened, but is then being pushed and embellished further. Is how I would read it.
But I believe it wouldn't. I believe that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship.
Yes.
So is this a good time? You want to
You can keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could you please describe for the jury the evolution of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. What I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else. And then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? If I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head, which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I'd get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again and shove me back down. Eventually he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry,
What number?
defendants 1783.
1783. Thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and became.
And let me ask it a different way.
Thank
you. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. I mean, we
Okay,
approach.
sure. And he'd come back in my life, and to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about. And it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him, so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. it seemed like I'd walk away and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me or I try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it. But at the time in 2012, he'd have this blowout and then he would leave, disappear. And I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life. And with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great. And we would be good again. And he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving. And then we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually it'd get bored and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates, very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can
Objection
say.
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
Hey, mate.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. It's all
Oh,
good.
cool.
No, you need dinner. I'll be grabbing something in a bit anyway. So, I was saying my thoughts on the Hannah was asking what my thoughts were. I say I try close chat because I'm a bit like the hatred that they have. So I'm confused about this to start off with because I think that she's made, as I said, I'm not sure if you listen, but she's made Johnny to me a lot stronger in this case. That I always thought that he was a kind guy, genuine guy, but until you hear it, I wasn't sure. She's just confirmed everything to me that he is a stand-up guy. Great. Then this whole thing that she's gone through, it wouldn't surprise me if she went through all of this, right, with Johnny. Just not quite the sequences that she said it. I think she's over embellished it. Because I can't imagine Johnny having a temper at times when he's lost his shit. I don't think she's the easiest person to live with. I think she can press your buttons. So I think at times that he may have lost it verbally, not physically. I still don't see where any evidence that he physically beat her, but I could definitely see a verbal pattern here potentially. Not saying he did verbally, I'm just saying I could see that being because he did apologise via text about what happened. Um, and it doesn't. The story doesn't make sense. The story makes sense all the way up until she says about how she landed. She was on the sofa, and then she landed on the floor somehow. That doesn't make sense. So there's a few things there don't make sense, but overall, I'm not saying the story is correct, but I can imagine it being, I could imagine it being correct, but in a different sequence, if that makes sense at all, or not.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Spoiler. Wow. For this particular incident that we're
Yeah.
talking about, I'm not gonna. Well, you're gonna see on the day 16 or day 17 of direct exam anyway. But in regards to this particular incident, without going into the spoilers, in her therapist notes, she hasn't even made any allegation that is remotely close to this, because in a therapist notes, there were more allegations that she made to her therapist that is not brought in here. She doesn't even have to say, "Oh, my," all she just has to do is repeat it again, but she hasn't. In a therapist note, she made allegations of like sexual assault in there to Barney Jacobs, etc. She was saying all of that, and then the next day, I would say the next day or the next week or the next session,
Yeah.
she was talking about how much she wanted to go public with him, and I'm like, but you just made allegations of sexual assault. What's going on? So when I look at this, and I'm really trying to say, okay, cool. Let's say that she is telling the truth. Let's say that all those things, happen. It comes across to me as if it was like a reminder of what probably did happen to her in an earlier childhood, that she's fixating on Johnny, like as if it was gonna come true or not. Which it again, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know, but that's why Dr. Hughes' psychological profile as a child would have made such a difference. But even with that aside, putting that aside, I think she's just one of these people, and this is consistent with people that suffer from BPD as well. If she's one of those people that they have a fear in their mind of what could happen based on what they have done, or just based on what the conversation was about, they would fixate on that and they would treat it as if it's actually happening. I remember a doctor that I was watching in regards to this exact scenario. They were doing an interview with, I believe, with a lawyer that was streaming the case back then, and she basically said that they would actually think that the person, let's say for example, they were breaking up with him. I can't remember the exact example they used, but let's say that they wanted to break up with the person. The BPD sufferer would actually perceive this breakup as something that's actually happened, and they would live that experience out as if they've actually broken up, and then the boyfriend or the girlfriend in this scenario would be like, nothing has happened. What are you talking about? I did not cheat on this person, did not do this, I did not do that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, but they would actually believe it's actually happened just based on a thought. So she strikes me as that type of person, because the next thing that will come in that will make you think that, well, why are you having these thoughts? Has he done something like this before? And there is nothing that
No.
will show he has, nothing at
Uh,
all. So so that's where I would be like, I'm like, no, I don't know what I don't know what your basis is for this, because even back then you were not even saying anything to like your closest people, like the people that you said you were saying these things to. There is nothing to even document it, and she's a texter as well.
Yeah, that's fair. As I say, I'm just basing that off her story because I think it's slightly believable, but embellished. So if he was Johnny, this is something she could have seen in the past, or as you say, just in her mind, it's happened type of thing and exaggerated to the top. As I said, I don't think that he did, from what I can see, hit her. But you've given me a lot more information that I don't have. Do you know what I mean? As in the therapist stuff like that. I don't know
That's what
that.
I'm here
Right,
for.
no, it's
That's
all
what
good. It's all good. It's good. So, but I that's why I gave that statement of I believe that it could have happened this way without the whole hitting stuff, because I need to see that. And
right.
I was waiting for the therapist note since I haven't seen anything except for a text message saying I'm sorry. Do you know what I mean? But is that a sorry as in I shouted at you, or is that sorry as in I just got to apologise? Because sometimes I
Right.
don't just stereotype women here, but sometimes they'll be so stubborn you cannot, you've got to just apologise even though you've done fuck all wrong. Sometimes you just got to say sorry, So
It's not, well, I mean, there is the adage that everyone knows, which is, the woman is always right. And this speaks to that.
don't pander to the fucking chat now.
No. I'm just speaking to the quote unquote stubbornness that you're referring to. That would be it. Like they do always believe that they're right. So sometimes even if you're right, I've been in this scenario. So it's not a stereotype. It's a live experience. I've been in a scenario where you're arguing with a person, you're looking at it logically, and they just really believe you're wrong, and you're like,
Yeah.
fine, sure, yep, I'm
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, it's easier. It's easier. I got you. It's easier. I know. I've been there, done that. I got a t-shirt. I know. No, fine. Okay. Anyway, that's where I was at. I think it's logical. Unbelievable. But anyway, fine. Let's get on with it because we've got a
It's not
couple.
misogyny. It's not misogyny.
It's not.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
the chat says that. No, chat. I switched
No.
chat
Oh
off.
no. Oh
No.
no, they haven't. They haven't.
Okay.
It's just I've heard it so many times. So I'm
Oh
like,
no.
no, it's not like that. It's just
No. We got about an hour and 20 minutes. I think left of everything. So
yay.
right.
And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then and sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we send it? I want to send a picture to your dad of support." Because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but I know that, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He'd broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I, held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of of being with them. And then it was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me, hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting at me about the accusations. I'm trying to diffuse the situation by trying to tell him I'm not sleeping with this person and I'm not sleeping with that person. And it was kind of, as soon as it seemed as though I had convinced him of one, there was somebody else he was sure I was sleeping with. And it was a revolving door at the time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him. And all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot and he's kind of saying, let's send it to your dad to show support. And what I remember of March is just like it's almost like it was a never ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other, March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. Like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But
doing cocaine,
brown liquor,
cocaine,
and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of,
this is a guy that smokes weed, by the way. He could have turned on the lighter, but this guy
it seemed like
weed regularly. All right. I'm sorry.
Nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
You keep saying several, but in the UK,
let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redaction.
This far is insane.
And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
There were, like I said, there was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which is one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He like called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, you know, it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, like I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
Okay.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I'd been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 170A in evidence. You can post the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor in my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170? Thank you, Michelle. And if we can, and just to start, it's 3/23/2013. And if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go, scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
All right, let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With
Along
no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to
Oh,
her
come
mom?
on, yo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. She's desperate to get stuff in.
Yeah. You saw the problem, right? Like the way she was saying what the evidence was when you're not allowed to do that. Insane.
Yeah. Trying to get things in anyway.
Mm.
What am I on? 29619 there.
Just for, to start, it's at 3/23/2013. And if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go.
Oops,
Scroll down.
done that.
We grab the dogs, we get in the car, we're on the way there,
Yeah,
we're headed up. Sweetzer's, and he wanted me to admit.
And that's the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by orange at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I admit to it because it's not true. So I held out and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't gonna be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Like, we eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but like seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs. We get in the car. We're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetser's the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street and he has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking. And at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie. And he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. It was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat and we continued driving, but no one reacted. It just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him and everyone smiles and says, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A? I think is B the one that's in? 167B is already in, right? Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A. Does Your Honor show that one to be in 167A? Defendants, I'm sorry.
Well, this might be your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's number. I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree.
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted. So it's a
different version.
it's a
Same
different-
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the
All
same.
right, well,
photograph.
then-
Then we'll go with it. Then what
Okay.
number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A. Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Right. Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different. different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Baroka, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water, because I just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time, and I was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
I
Let's
sent
go
it
to
to my friend.
167, please. And is that the email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22,
Yes.
2013? I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
Oh, all right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so we do this redactions, 167 in evidence with redactions.
For full disclosure, this picture was sent, this text message with the picture was sent on the 18th of July, if I'm not mistaken, it's in July. Because August he went, no, 7th of August. Sorry, my bad. No, sorry, not 18th of July. Sorry, 7th of August, because he went into detoxing. So this picture that you're about to see was sent 3 to 4 days before he went to detox, which is I think continue. But I'm bearing in mind, a month before going into detox, this was July to, he had already had the alcohol nurses in and all that to help with his sobriety and to prepare him for the detox. This was from the 18th of, that's the mix up, sorry. This was from the 18th of June, around that time. So they had the meeting to do the detox and do with the doctor around in early June before he finished up Black Mass filming in 2013. So yeah, so this was before that. This whole sequence is mad, because if he is supposed to, and he was clear, like the nurses cleared him for detox, the nurses didn't find any alcohol. They were testing him, they did not find any traces of all of these substances, etc. In fact, he was already having early withdrawals when I where he couldn't essentially go through the detox if the doctors picked this up, because they would have had to basically go through it. They would have had to reshuffle a lot of things, or even consider whether that detox that was selected for that specific, whether that was the right one to even go through, because going through the wrong type of detox can destroy the entire thing. So if he was still doing drugs at this point, never mind. But anyway, Depp in the UK denied doing he denied it. He denied it, I believe, at the time. Just for I made that. Wait, unless I'm mistaken. No, this was 2014. Sorry, wrong timeline. I went through all that for nothing. Sorry. 2014. This is 2013. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, because in 2013, this was when he had his opiate. Damn it. I hate how I get the dates wrong. But that's when he had his
And when
opiate
published?
dependency start. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, gang. Sorry about that. Yep. Sorry about that. This was 2013.
All right. And is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It's a
Sorry about that.
like a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers. And we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laughy, as we said, laughy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like party out in the desert with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know somebody brought MDMA. It was being passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically before I really felt anything of the effects of that. But that was the environment we were in. And as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts, well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, like it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl. He gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh? And he kind of held her, and she just looked frozen. And she's crying, and she was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, in asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that that had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down, like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high, because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him, and I said, like, what am I hiding, and where am I going to hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what feels like patting me down, or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and this is one of those things I was like, that's just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off, and then he proceeds to do a cavity search.
Please note that a judge in the UK did not believe this
He said
testimony.
he was his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And he was telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we? Like, just shoved his fingers inside me. I just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything.
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would
Mind
be
about what?
yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park. And I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crowd, you know, and I remember seeing my friends.
This doesn't
buy the
make
whole thing
sense.
for a
What
big
did you
time,
want
and
Johnny
no one
to
knew it was, you know, I felt so lonely. Like no one knows what's. Everyone was just having a good time, you know, like normal stuff. So I just smiled, made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing, and then he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on, and I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, "Whoa, what happened here? Whoa!" And Johnny had an exchange with him, and I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience, and you know, it just went away. You know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point.
Here it comes.
My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, you know, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle,
It's
can
so
you
bad that I know the
bring
cues
up
to all of
Exhibit
this.
176? May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
I was about to say, I don't know what the bee thing's about. Dog stepped on a bee.
It's a moment. You just had to be there. Oh, this is so. This is why I love this stream, because you not getting it is why I'm like, oh, it was such a moment. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like, it was such a moment that if you were not there, I can see how it would be so confusing. Like, why is that funny? But believe me, it was in context of how everyone was feeling at that time, and then she said that, well, it just everyone picked up on it. It's like, it was so ridiculous. It was just so ridiculous.
Right. Okay. No. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, yeah, you have to be there type of thing. Yeah, I get you.
No. I mean, to me, it was like her brain had overloaded, and she just broke down and mixed up memories. I mean, that's the way I saw it. I don't know.
No, that's fair. That's fair. It's better. Always better when you watch it first time. Do you know what I mean? So.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away from? Sure. Thank you.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person, because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was, but he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing.
Oh, she actually said ting like she actually said ting like a Londoner.
That would come out and take over, and it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing, and no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, you know, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body. His, you know, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out his own sick. You know, and then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean, and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved. That made me feel like my soulmate. As cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him. There was some part of my makeup and my background or something that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to let him have
Okay, I want to leave him. Didn't want to leave him.
And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. You know, if everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had like gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, you know, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person. And I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man.
Not crying anymore. Our voice is
twice
not
my
breaking
age.
anymore. Nice.
You know, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and like promise. I had so much hope.
Right.
You know, the whole thing. Kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection, hearsay.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll rule for that.
Thank you.
Okay. I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, you know, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disney.
This guy sounds like the most lovable guy in the planet.
So then
he loved his kids, but he was abusing you.
Not much of a jump.
All right.
June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that particular event.
Oh, well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian camp counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be
camp counselor,
fun girlfriend. And I know the hard way that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. So it was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some, she of course said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within,
this flight attendant was not even called to testify, by the way.
The same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify, and he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before, and that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was going to aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride. At least I didn't say anything to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I of course deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that we'd given her drugs. It's wasn't an affair, wasn't, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table.
I can't take this anymore. All right.
Catch myself on the table.
What up? No need to pause. I'm gonna send you an article, chat. I'm gonna link an article here.
I don't know how.
So let me know if this is the sign of a jealous man, that she never alleges that he did this, but this was a sign of a jealous man, by the way. So this article, I'm sorry, chat. Sorry, continue.
Some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was a sense that he didn't know what was going on. Again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
She's just saying
Yep,
gesture.
of
He hasn't
course.
said anything yet.
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
Gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
What?
He gestures
No,
to my
gesture
nose,
is part of
um,
hearsay. It's
and
actually part of
holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly just felt really embarrassed.
Do
I
you,
felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
what, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it is embarrassing as it is. I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride, the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started asking questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying,
Sure,
please
hearsay.
continue on.
Sustain the objection.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't say what Lily Rose said,
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said. Okay.
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly
Deadpan.
flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. It was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So
Okay.
Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack, like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adult who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the cabin. We were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me were kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck,
You see, this is what I mean. It just sounds like she's describing how she's feeling rather than an actual event actually happening. Like push me up against the wall is consistent with getting, like you're told something that hurts your feelings. You're like, oh, that's you're suffocating me, basically. Like, I don't know, like it just, how do you go from saying what he said without hurting you to getting pushed up it doesn't look real. I don't know.
There's a couple more minutes left. We'll finish this. We'll have a quick chat then at the end. So
Sure.
about 3-4 minutes left.
Do your thing. My bad.
When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. Like he was mad at me. I wasn't sure, or what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
I believe that's already in
It is. It's already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point to
Mr.
break for
Public,
the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude.
Dr. Hines.
Hello.
Sorry, Vic. I was I knew there's like 2 minutes left, so that's why I was like, I'll get into this discussion with you now rather than when we stopped it. Yeah, you said about she describes it well. It's just, yeah. I mean, I'm just waiting to see. I've tried to correspond what she says to the evidence, and I will be honest. I think there's some evidence, but is it because of him abusing her through hitting? I, I, I don't know, or don't think it is. Do you know what I mean? But overall, I don't think there's many things here that correspond with what you're saying. Like, so the things I would be looking at for now, going into tomorrow, is notes from her therapist. About this because she said she spoke to a therapist for it. So we're looking, right, what did she say at the time to the therapist? Um, what what's some of the text messages she sent to her family or her closest best friend and stuff like that? What was in those text messages? What pictures were sent? Um,
Well, good
those
luck finding those text messages because
no, I know, yeah, I know,
she fought
I
to
know.
keep them out. Just what
But I'm just speaking about what I would be looking for
Oh,
to
yeah.
corroborate what she's been saying. So even
Understood.
now, I know most of this I'm never going to see. I can understand why people would still be like, "Oh, poor Amber," type of thing. In some sense, I want to see the evidence, and so far, I don't see the evidence. And I know there could be evidence tomorrow. I know there's not because you told me there's not. But those are things that I would be looking for right now in terms of it, because it's a great story. It's a great story, and I have no doubt that he may have shouted her a few times or whatever, but um, I'm not seeing that level of abuse yet.
Right.
Um, you know, and well, as far as you told me, there won't be anything that comes in to show me. But that's where I would be sitting if I am here, not knowing any things that you told me. That I would be very, very inclined to write what is in that therapist notes, what is the text messages, what is as a juror. That's what the things I would want to see now. But if there's none of those things, I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it's not our fault that there's none of those things. It's just she had the deposition for each of the therapists that she, wanted to use evidence for and wanted to use her notes, but she could have just easily brought them in to testify and have um Elaine, examine her and basically just try and get the evidence in that way. Of course, it would still be hearsay, but there could have been testimony to how she was reacting when she was giving accounts without saying what the account was, because it would be obviously hearsay. But there are so many things that will give you a feel that this person is being genuine or not in the account. And then you bring on Amber Heard to then go through what she was telling the therapist. But she didn't do this. She didn't even bring Bonnie Jacobs in to testify. She only had one of the Bonnie Jacobs was a therapist. The other therapist was Dr. Cowan. He had a deposition, but that was it. She never called him into she never played the deposition. And like it's just how the case was handled was so bad, because it's as if she didn't want these therapists to testify. And when I did read into all of those depositions and notes, I can see why she didn't want them in, because it doesn't seem real. I mean, there's so many back and forth contradictions that you're wondering. It doesn't make sense. I mean, at least for like what she was describing doesn't take hold unless you're like in a relationship with for like a bit of investment straight, but for it to start off, when you read the therapist notes and all that, for it to have started off a month or two in the relationship and you don't even know this guy, you stay and stay and stay.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. I can understand 2 years and then he just switches up, and then you decide to stay after that, and then you fight. Even a year is fine, but a month, because literally that's what it said. Like literally a month, 2 months into it, there was already the first incident of violence and I was like, what? And you stayed after this? Like that should have been a flag to just run a mile, but she stayed. That doesn't make sense to me. And she didn't even allege this. Anyway, sorry, continue.
No, so it's fine. So I think so it's gonna be just the next couple of days with Amber, see what else comes out of here, So and as I say, I know chat is always anti herd, but I have got, I say, a couple of followers that are pro herd, and they're actually people I totally respect. So that's why I want to give this an honest review. That's why I want to give this as proper look.
You actually have followers that are pro herd.
Yeah.
Do you know who they are? I mean, I have
I
only
do,
one
yeah.
that I speak to. I have
Yeah.
only one that I speak to, but she's a professional and we get on really well. And her view is very nuanced, so it's not a view I would criticize. Like she's actually taken time to break it down to me. I was like, oh wow, okay, I can see why you would, but not like an internet troll that just believes her because she's pretty. No,
I got two members who are pro herd. I'm never going to name them, but one of them, I can totally tell you now, one of them is someone that I respect a great deal. And I have not had a conversation with them about it because they wanted to view this. And that's all they asked me was, please give an honest review like you do. I'll have a chat with you afterwards. And this person, like, I don't say I don't respect the other one in case they're watching, but one of them I greatly respect. And I think people will be surprised. But again, I'm not going to say who they are. But that's why I want to give this justice. But I know they're not watching now because they don't like to chat when it's like this. So, because everyone's so anti-herd. So, which is whatever. They understand it, though. They do understand it. They just have their reasons, which I don't know what the reasons are. But yeah, I know that I'd be the same as you. And there might be more. I don't know. But there's two that have approached me, and I say one of them I greatly respect. So that's why I try to take it quite seriously. Because similar, I think that this person would be able to break it down and give reasons, or as well. So we'll see.
Right.
Cool. Right. So I got another trial now. I'm jumping straight into. So just what chat has got here. Let's have a look here. I switched it off. There's lots of stuff going on, chat. Sorry, chat, I missed you all. Hang on. He should have under belief. But she's a believe all women person. We've had discussions in the past. You are not spoken to the person I'm speaking. You don't know this person, Spidey. You don't know this person. I know that for a fact that you don't know this person. You might know the other person, but you definitely don't know this person, the other person. Anyway,
do I know this person? Do I know this person?
Hi, Katie. Hi, everybody. Hi, Hannah. Sorry, guys, I switched chat off. But anyway, we got you back tomorrow, hopefully, Dr. Hines.
Yep, you do.
So we'll get more of that testimony. I'm going to dart off now, switch this off. You should all be redirected. Obviously, I don't expect people to be there for the next one. It's the Carl Rittenhouse Day 4, I think. So, yes, go straight to that one. So with that, thanks to Dr. Hines. Thank you very much, mate. I really appreciate it. I love having you here. And
same here.
I love Josie's like, if it's Missy, I'll throw a fit. She sees so Missy is someone that not many people like. It's not Missy. Although Missy is no, she's a subscriber. She's not a member. Missy was actually one of the first people I had on this channel, actually. So Missy is a past member, past subscriber. She does pop in now and again, but she's very busy. She's in a career at the minute. Yeah, so as I say, I'm not going to name the person, but It doesn't matter. I think trust is a big thing between content creators and you as members and everybody. I think there has to be trust there. Cool. So with that, thank you everybody. I will see some of you over with the Car Rittenhouse. We'll see a thousand viewer man, Dr. Hines, tomorrow. That's if he's not streaming tonight with like 2,000 people. I don't know. But yeah, thank you everyone. I just had a notification to go watch the Wrongful podcast. If you're not watching it, Dr. Hines, then Josie's going to beat your ass. Wrongfulpod.com. Josie is the voice of the podcast. That she loves you so much. It's about the Zachariah Anderson podcast. 4 episodes in. I'm not just saying this. She would beat my ass anyway. I know that Josie would, but I would say this anyway. It's a fantastic podcast. It's like 50 minutes to an hour each. But please have a look at it. Wrongfulpod.com. And it plays on loads of different programs, platforms. Sorry, there you are. That's a link. Yeah, have a look. I've only done 2 episodes so far, but honestly, Dr. Hines, Josie's voice, ooh, it's soothing. It's soothing, man. I loved it.
Are you trying to hook us up? Are you trying to hook
No,
us
she's
up?
married. She's married, got kids. Yeah, you got no chance, mate. She'd eat you alive. Do you know what I mean?
I believe
So,
that. I believe
I know. She'd eat me alive as well, mate. So not just you. So right, beautiful people. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Hines. And as I say, we'll dart off to the next one. So with that, I'm going to end stream. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye.
Bye.